4 million illegal immigrants will stop receiving taxpayer-funded Medicaid benefits. It was never intended for them. It's wrong. Benefits like that don't belong to them. These people are in the country illegally. They should not be benefiting from the work of hardworking Americans. Democrats want to keep all these benefits flowing to all these illegal immigrants. Well, that makes it harder for the American medical patients to get to see a doctor. I know, I practiced medicine for a long time, took care of lots of Medicaid patients. What the Democrats have done to Medicaid and now illegal immigrants receiving it, over 1 million, is making it harder for the American public to get to see a doctor. To bring prices down, we're actually focusing much more on American energy and producing American energy that was under attack in the last administration by Biden and the Democrats. Affordable, reliable American energy is going to lower costs for people. It will bring down the cost of heating your home. It will bring down the cost of filling the tank. You know, with all the artificial intelligence breakthroughs, we need more energy to power those data centers. This is going to be done with American manufacturing. To win the AI race that we're now in against China, we need more energy, not less. Republican policies will make America energy dominant once again. Republican policies will also invite the world to build and invest right here at home in America. No more outsourcing our energy or our innovation or our destiny. Americans will be in charge. On border security, Republicans are resolute. We'll finish the wall, deport criminal illegal immigrants, and stop the flood of illegal fentanyl that is destroying and killing communities around our country. Border Patrol agents will get the tools and the backup that they need, as well as the pay that they deserve. These are strong measures, and they will secure the border. Sunday, just 2 days ago, there was a terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado. And it is a sad reminder of the stakes. The terrorist was in the country illegally. He was here because of open border policies of the Biden administration and the Democrats, one they want to continue. Every Senate Democrat right now in this body has voted to keep the borders open and opposed securing the borders. This terrorist overstayed his visa. Joe Biden and the Democrats never kicked him out. Actually, they gave him a work permit. And even that is expired. And what do we know now? We know that investigators have found that he has planned his hateful anti-Semitic attack and was planning it for over a year. And he targeted Jews. He screamed, "Free Palestine." 12 people were injured. 8 were hospitalized. Among the victims was an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor. This is the human cost of dangerous Democrat policies. Republicans will make our cities sanctuaries of safety, not sanctuary cities, not dens of crime and chaos, which is what Democrats have welcomed. Republicans are also rebuilding our military might. Our bold legislation will make our military the strongest fighting force in the world. Our military will be lethal, intimidating, and ready to fight. We're also investing in a Golden Dome for America. This revolutionary missile shield is vital for our nation's security. It's going to stop a deadly threat from adversaries who want to threaten the American people and our nation as a whole. That is deterrence. That is restoring peace through strength. This is the bold Republican agenda that we are fighting for: cutting taxes on tips and overtime and Social Security, stopping the largest tax increase in history, strengthening and preserving Medicaid, ending taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal immigrants, securing our borders, creating safer communities, providing for a strong national defense, and once again making America energy dominant. Democrats oppose all of these improvements to our nation. Why are Democrats for open borders? I wish they'd come down and explain it. Why are Democrats for a $4 trillion tax increase? I'm waiting for them to speak up. Why are Democrats for taxpayer-funded health care for 1.4 million illegal immigrants? I'll tell you why. It's because they're absolutely out of touch with the American people. Americans voted to get the country back on track. Senate Republicans are getting it done. And we are building a future of safety and prosperity for all Americans. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and note the app.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Recognize the Minority Leader.
We are. I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So on anti-Semitism, the attack in Colorado, the shooting in Washington, the arson in Pennsylvania have one thing in common. The assailants have cited anti-Israel sentiment as justification for their violence. They have, in other words, used the actions of the Israeli government they don't like to justify violence against Jewish Americans here at home. This is, unfortunately, a growing trend since October 7th. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I have watched with growing alarm as a poisonous ideology, ancient in its roots, but modern in its mutations, has spread across our country. We are witnessing, in real time, the resurgence of collective blame against the Jewish people. And if we do not confront it clearly, unequivocally, and together, we risk opening the door to even darker days. Now, I've said it. I've said that it is legitimate and not anti-Semitic to peacefully protest and criticize the actions of any government, including the Israeli government. But there's a profound and dangerous difference between criticizing a government and condemning an entire people. The idea that Jews everywhere be responsible for the policies of the Israeli government is not only false, it plays on one of the oldest forms of anti-Semitism out there, blaming the Jews collectively for the world's problems. Whether it's blaming the Jews for the death of Christ, blaming Jews for bringing in immigrants as part of the conspiracy theory of great replacement, or blaming the Jews for actions of the Israeli government that one may not like, it is all the same, a pretext for hate. I have long warned that if we aren't careful, what starts as legitimate critiques against the Israeli government can easily slip into something far more sinister. If disagreements are allowed to morph into intolerance, if intolerance is permitted to spread and linger, if bigoted voices are allowed to take over legitimate debates, history shows that the threat of violence is never too far away. I fear history is beginning to whisper its warnings once again. Our nation has been strongest when it has stood against bigotry in all forms. Let us summon that strength again. The way forward is very clear. All Americans of goodwill must stand together to condemn anti-Semitism and all forms of intolerance, no matter where it rears its ugly head. let us remember what America is all about and who we are. On health care. Donald Trump and his so-called big, beautiful bill is ugly to its very core. Behind the smoke and mirrors lies a cruel and draconian truth. Tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy, paid for by gutting health care for millions of Americans. Over the past few days, Donald Trump has tried to sell this bill to Republican senators with a new lie. He's been telling Republican senators and the American people that no one will lose coverage, that no benefits will be slashed, that the bill won't harm recipients. Let's call it what it is, a lie. People will lose coverage. Millions will. Donald Trump is lying to the American people when he says no one will lose coverage under this ugly bill. There is no way for Republicans to seek the cuts they want without removing millions of people off their health care in one way or another. I warn my Republican colleagues, do not buy Donald Trump's snake oil sales pitch. Republicans want to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse. Good. We'll help them do it. This bill certainly isn't that. Make no mistake, this big, beautiful bill is in reality repeal and replace by another name. This is a health care bill to its core. To cut through their lies, let's talk facts. Fact, 20 million Americans will see their health care costs go up. Fact, 14 million Americans, including children and seniors, will lose their coverage entirely. Fact, of adult Medicaid recipients, fact, adult Medicaid recipients, vast majority, overwhelming majority, already work. Many of them will be thrown off coverage anyway. Fact, this bill has millions lose health care. Donald Trump wants to talk fraud. Republicans want to talk fraud. Fine. The fraud we actually see in Medicaid isn't coming from families making ends meet. It's coming from the top, large providers, unscrupulous bigwigs. The reality is that most fraud in Medicaid happens not with individual enrollees, but at the level of health care providers. Not all of them, not most of them, but a handful who do fraud. Donald Trump, it's more than a handful, but it's not all of them at all. But Donald Trump is doing nothing to hold them accountable, just the opposite. The other day, he pardoned a nursing home executive who skimmed $10 million from the paychecks of nurses, doctors, and other employees. Hear that, folks? Donald Trump, who says he wants to reduce fraud, just pardoned a nursing home executive who skimmed $10 million from the paychecks of his employees. The reality is simple. There's not enough fraud in Medicaid and ACA to make Republicans' math work. They know it. Republicans may not want to admit it publicly, but they know that under their current proposal, millions of Americans, including millions who are employed, who have families, will lose their health care coverage. Republicans want to shorten the enrollment period. They want to bury families in red tape. They want to drown states in new administrative hurdles. Republican strategy, in large part, is to make it so difficult for people to sign up for health care, so easy to fall through the cracks that tens of millions of Americans will simply lose coverage. And it would be by design. Just ask vote. Just look at 2025. Senate Republicans can make jokes all they want that we're going to die anyway. But for many working-class Americans, health care is the difference between life and death. Let me be clear. Democrats are ready. When Republicans finally release the full text of their so-called big, beautiful bill, Americans' people will see the truth. They will see how ugly it is. And we will fight it with facts, with urgency, and with the voices of the millions of Americans who deserve better than this cruel, cynical attack on their health care and on their dignity. On clean energy, Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill should really be called one big, ugly energy killer. With this monstrosity of a bill, Donald Trump and Republicans seem ready to kill clean energy in its tracks and raise people's energy costs in the process. The only people celebrating the Republican bill's energy policies are the fossil fuel industry, because it will be the fossil fuel industry whose pockets are lined. The fossil fuel industry simply has blind hatred of clean energy. You know why? They know it's the future. They know it's cheaper. They know it's where we're going, that America needs clean energy in order to meet our demands moving forward. We all know America has a huge and growing demand for new energy. We're going to need 10 times as much electricity to continue powering breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, which isn't going away anytime soon. But with their bill, Republicans want to cut off one of the major ways, the newest, cheapest, and fastest growing way to produce new energy, because they want to tax new clean electricity, stifling the supply of new energy, putting us at risk of falling behind in AI to countries like China. And what would the Republican plan mean for average American family or small business? Simple: higher energy costs. To the American people, I say, if this bill passes, your electricity costs are going up. Look at the facts. The Republican plan will increase average national electricity prices by about 10%. The Republican plan will increase total household energy costs by $32 billion. That means American families will pay $32 billion more, all to please the ideological blindness of the fossil fuel industry. And that's not to mention that the Republican plan would cost America about 800,000 jobs by 2030, all across America in red states and blue states. What a terrible price to pay just to lower taxes for the ultra-rich, just to line the pockets of the fossil fuel industry, to satisfy the ideological hatred that fossil fuel industry has for clean energy, and to lose out on American energy dominance. On Iran. Yesterday, I called out President Trump for, on the one hand, telling the public his goal is to fully dismantle Iran's nuclear facilities, but then, on the other hand, secretly negotiating a side deal that will allow the Iranian regime to keep enriching. Well, it looks like we got his attention, because he followed up by denying this report in an all-caps tweet storm. The old saying is, trust but verify. In this case, Congress must verify. The administration must clarify what they might be hiding from the American people in this secret side deal. Steve Witkoff and those negotiating this deal should testify before Congress and answer a simple question. Is there a secret side deal that will allow the Iranian regime to continue enriching uranium and that empowers the regime's nefarious activity, or not? Any deal between the U.S. and Iran must be one Congress can fully and transparently evaluate. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
I recognize the senator
I ask
from
unanimous
Illinois.
consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last month the Senate voted to proceed to the Genius Act, a bill that would regulate the type of cryptocurrency called stable coins. Stable coins are supposed to tie the value of crypto to the value of a dollar. But in 2023 alone, stablecoins differed from the value of a dollar more than 600 times. Not only are stablecoins and cryptocurrencies volatile, but the industry has a reputation for scams and fraud. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, recently reported that last year, 2024, crypto-related crime was up 66%, and Americans lost, now get this, $9.3 billion to crypto scammers. Nearly 150,000 complaints were filed involving crypto fraud, including more than 6,000 in my home state of Illinois. How does it work? Your mom's at home, and in comes a phone call. And the person on the phone call says, Mrs. D, I work for so-and-so, usually a government agency, and I'm calling you to alert you that you missed your jury duty this month. You were supposed to show up to the courthouse to serve on a jury, and you didn't show up. And of course, your mom knows nothing about that and says, oh, I didn't see that I was supposed to be there. Yes, the legal notice was sent to you, and now a fine is going to be imposed on you for failing to show up for jury duty. Oh my, how much? $5,000. You can pay that fine and you don't have to go to trial. Well, how am I going to pay that fine? You're going to go to the local grocery store at the exit to an ATM, crypto ATM machine. How many of those do we have in the United States? 30,000 crypto ATM machines. You may not have noticed them in the store, but as you're checking out many times, there they sit. And what is your mom supposed to do when she goes to this grocery store, to the crypto ATM machine? She's supposed to deposit $5,000 and sometimes much, much more into this machine so that she's buying a stable coin. But she doesn't get the stable coin. She directs it to the wallet of the scammer. So she's out $5,000 or more, thinking that she's paying a fine to avoid a trial, and because she didn't show up for jury duty she didn't know anything about. Does that sound preposterous? It's not. It happens over and over and over again. These crypto ATM machines are the vehicles that are used for defrauding people, primarily senior citizens, to put in thousands and thousands of dollars and never get any pennies back because it's all phony. It's all a scam. More than a third of all filed complaints involving crypto fraud were filed by Americans over the age of 50. Many of these scams were facilitated using these crypto ATM machines. You may be wondering what a crypto ATM is. You pass by them at the store, your place of business, and you may not have noticed them, but they're there. They are located in that local grocery store or gas station and look like a normal ATM machine, except they allow customers to deposit cash to purchase cryptocurrency, including stablecoins, and they could ruin someone's life in an instant. Many times you don't hear about it because your mother, having been scammed over the phone and deposited thousands of dollars of her life savings, is too embarrassed to tell you. In fact, 7 of the largest crypto ATM operators sell these stablecoins. These crypto ATMs become a favorite tool of scammers because once a victim purchases crypto and transfers it to the criminal's digital wallet, it can be virtually impossible to trace or to retrieve. These scammers follow the same playbook. They call an unassuming victim, pretending to be from the victim's bank, tech support, or some government agency. They impersonate government officials. Just fair warning, and I say this because we receive a lot of calls in the office about scammers on the phone. The major agencies of the federal government are never going to call you on the phone. The IRS, Social Security, and such. They send written notices, and they should. So if it's a fast-talking person on the telephone that says they're from a federal agency, be careful. They may tell the victim they owe money for skipping jury duty or need to pay bail to get their child or grandchild out of jail. It happened in my family, exactly that scenario. Or they may tell the victim there's a fraudulent activity on their bank account or computer. It happened to me one night. My cell phone starts ringing, I answer it, and the fellow says he's from my credit union. He wanted to question a transaction. And I'm thinking, I've never had my credit union call me, ever. What is that all about? Well, after a while, I was dubious. He hung up on me. The victim, however, often doesn't realize the fraudulent activity is even occurring. Meanwhile, they scramble to figure out what to do, and the scammer tells them, you can just pay the fine at the crypto machine, and here's where to go to use that service. Through it all, the scammer runs them through everything they need to know to take their life savings, thousands and thousands of dollars, and to insert it in this cash into this machine, this crypto ATM machine, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. They purchase cryptocurrency and send it off to the scammer's digital wallet, never to be seen again. Once that happens, the money is gone. There is no way to get it back, and there's little hope in tracing the transaction to the actual scammer. These types of scammers led to nearly $247 million in losses last year, 31% increase over the previous year. And the crypto ATM companies know their kiosks facilitate this fraud. I'm not a big fan of vaping, but I do want to say this. There's a vaping store in my hometown of Springfield, Illinois, that finally despaired of all of the older people who came in tears shoveling money into the crypto ATM machine. The owner of the premises was getting $300 a month for allowing crypto ATM machines in his business, but he couldn't take it anymore. Too many people were clearly being scammed, and he was party to it, and he had it removed. A large crypto ATM operator, Bitcoin Depot, wrote in its filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission exactly what I've said. And they said, our products and services may be exploited to facilitate illegal activity, such as fraud, money laundering, gambling, tax evasion, and scams. That's as close to as a confession that you can get. The SEC filing, though revealing, doesn't give the whole picture. It doesn't tell the actual human story. Imagine a person who's retired, up in years, worried from day to day whether the Social Security check is going to stretch far enough, and now loses thousands of dollars in their life savings to the scam. In Illinois, an elderly woman with MS lost $40,000, her entire life savings, to a government grant imposter scheme facilitated by a crypto ATM. Since the woman can't get around very well, listen to this. The scammer called an Uber to pick her up and drive her to the local crypto ATM machine. How kind to drive your victim straight to the crime. They took her personal information as well. She's devastated, since this is all the money she'd been able to save in her entire life, and there is no way to recover it from the crypto ATM. Elaine, 76-year-old woman from Florida, a victim of crypto ATM scam after her late husband's death. She looked up the Apple support number to try to secure his Apple accounts, but unfortunately, the number she called was an imposter. The criminal convinced her that she was the victim of identity theft and told her to immediately take $30,000 out of her bank account and deposit it into a crypto ATM. Now she's recovering not only from her financial loss, but also from the loss of her husband. Many states, including Minnesota, Iowa, and North Dakota, have decided to make a move since Congress has not. They've passed state legislation to try and crack down on those crypto ATM scams. Just a few days ago, I'm happy to report my home state of Illinois passed a similar state law. Now it's time for Congress, because 13 states have acted, to learn something from their example. We must act so that all Americans know the risks of crypto ATMs, have proper documentation when seeking help from law enforcement, and try to get their hard-earned cash back. That's why I'm pushing for a vote on my amendment to the Genius Act, which would create common sense guardrails to prevent crypto ATM fraud and empower law enforcement to combat these scams. My amendment would require crypto ATM operators to register with the federal financial regulators, provide warnings to customers about scams, and create daily transaction limits so customers cannot lose their entire life savings in an instant. With my amendment, crypto ATM operators would not be able to simply turn a blind eye to the fraud that is happening at their crypto ATM machines. We must put an end to these scams. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisles to support my amendment to stop scammers in their tracks and provide protections for the people that they represent. And I want to say a word to the industry. You have 13 states now that are trying to do what we should do on a national basis. Let's establish this national federal standard that applies in every state in the nation to protect people from this exploitation that is clearly growing in intensity by the day. Let's protect senior citizens and many others who've been scammed using crypto ATM machines. Cryptocurrency has its detractors and it has its champions. But I hope we can all stand together on a bipartisan basis to say that we're not going to help scammers steal the money from unsuspecting people. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I ask for a vitiation of the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to discuss the critical need for regulation of artificial intelligence. This work period, the Senate is poised to take up the House's reconciliation package, a disastrous proposal that strips health care away from tens of millions of Americans and dismantles our country's clean energy revolution, all to deliver tax cuts to billionaires. But buried nearly 300 pages into this bill is something quite shocking: a blanket 10-year ban on state and local governments from regulating artificial intelligence. That's right. Rather than proposing any plan to address the risk of this powerful and fast evolving technology, my Republican colleagues have chosen to block the states, to block local governments from acting. They don't want to do anything, but they want to block anyone else from acting as well. They would tie the hands of governors, tie the hands of state legislators who are stepping up to protect their constituents from the unchecked harms of AI without any plan of their own to regulate these technologies here in Congress. In fact, just this morning, 260 state lawmakers, half Republicans and half Democrats from all 50 states, sent a letter to Congress opposing any provision which can block them from acting to protect their citizens. And just a few weeks ago, 40 state attorneys general sent a similar letter to congressional leaders urging Congress to reject the 10-year moratorium. These state leaders are right. This provision would be devastating for our country. The broad preemption language could prevent states from prohibiting social media platforms from targeting teenage girls with ads for dangerous weight loss drugs, enacting common sense protections against algorithms that unjustly deny a senior citizen medical care, and safeguarding workers from discriminatory hiring practices driven by biased AI tools. One expert warned that the language is so sweeping that it could undermine contract law and break the internet itself. So let me be clear. This is a recipe to repeat the failures from the last decade, failures driven by our failure to hold big tech accountable for its abuses. So how has that worked out for us? Well, today, thanks to our failure to regulate big tech, we have a privacy crisis, a youth mental health crisis, a teenage mental health crisis in our country that the Surgeon General of the United States points the finger at social media as a major part of the problem that we have with teenage and youth mental health issues in our country. So thankfully, in the face of federal inaction, states have led. States have stood up. They've moved to protect young people online, secure consumer privacy, and confront algorithmic bias. But this provision that's stuck in this bill that we're going to consider over the next month, this provision stuck in the bill would erase that progress. It would roll back years of hard-won protections and prevent future action just when it's needed the most, just when it's becoming very clear to the entire country that there is a sinister side to cyberspace as well as a good side. Yes, we want it to do wonderful things in our society, but we also know that it can cause great harm as well. So instead of shutting down state leadership, instead of shutting down state legislatures, shutting down governors across the nation who want to work on this issue, Congress itself should step up to start to put the protections in place for our entire nation. We must pass legislation that confronts the real harms of artificial intelligence while ensuring that the United States remains the leader on this important and promising technology. We want to reap the benefits of AI. We want to have AI be used across our society. But we also want to protect against the harmful effects of AI if it's put in the wrong hands to be used for the wrong purposes. And that is why I authored the AI Civil Rights Act, the most comprehensive AI legislation introduced in the United States Congress that ensures that artificial intelligence serves the public good, not private profit exclusively. The bill would ensure that the AI age does not supercharge the bias and discrimination already prevalent today. And specifically, my legislation establishes new rules when companies use algorithms to make decisions on jobs, on housing, on health care, on banking, the criminal justice system, and other important aspects of our lives. The AI Civil Rights Act is a balanced approach that requires companies to detect and address bias in their algorithmic decisions without stifling innovation. So make no mistake, we can have an AI revolution while also protecting the civil rights and liberties of everyday Americans. We can support innovation without supercharging the tracking and targeting of young people online. We can promote competition while safeguarding our environment. But with their blanket 10-year ban on state AI regulation, Republicans are choosing a sledgehammer over a scalpel. They are choosing big tech over kids, families, seniors, and disadvantaged communities across this country. We cannot allow this to happen. I am committed to fighting this 10-year ban with every tool at my disposal. And that stands by ensuring that it is going to be clear that this 10-year ban on state AI regulation is a policy change that has no impact on the federal budget. What does that mean if this provision that's been stuck in this bill has no impact on the federal budget? Here's what it means. It means that that provision cannot be included in a reconciliation bill. If Senate Republicans keep the House language in their reconciliation bill, I will raise a point of order against it. I will raise a point of order saying that it is in violation of our rules that this kind of a change can be built into this legislation. When my Republican colleagues are ready to have a serious conversation about AI regulation, my door is wide open. We should be discussing this on a bipartisan basis. But this backdoor AI moratorium, it's not serious. This backdoor moratorium is not responsible. This backdoor moratorium is not acceptable. There's too much at stake. We can't say for 10 years there is no regulation at the state level if they can see harms that are being committed. They must have the right to be able to legislate. And there's one way for us to avoid it, of course. We could legislate. We could pass national legislation. But at this point, I still see no appetite on the Republican side for that to even commence as a serious discussion. So with that, I just want to put the Senate on notice that I am going to raise a point of order if, in fact, this AI moratorium on any state legislation remains in the bill. And so with that, Mr. President, I yield back, and I doubt the presence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, our Colorado community,
Senate's in a quorum call.
can we suspend the quorum call?
Without objection.
Mr. President, our Colorado community is reeling from a heinous hate crime against the Jewish community in Boulder, Colorado. On Sunday, 12 Coloradans were badly injured after a suspect threw Molotov cocktails, incendiary devices into a crowd, specifically targeting the Jewish people there, a targeted anti-Semitic attack. The 12 individuals were part of a peaceful march in Boulder that happens every week to call for the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza. The suspect has since told investigators that he planned the terrorist attack for over a year, that he specifically wanted to target the Run for Your Lives, Run for Their Lives group, this group that had been meeting every week, lobbying for the release of hostages. The bottom line, this attack was not random. It was a deliberate hate crime against the Jewish community that was planned for months. The scope of that hatred is unconscionable. These were men and women who dedicated their time to advocating for innocent hostages who have been now held in captivity for over 600 days. Most importantly, the demonstrators were motivated by a desire for peace and were operating in a peaceful fashion. Let me repeat that these men and women wanted peace. Instead, they were met with horrifying and senseless violence. The upswing in violence targeting the Jewish community needs to be condemned at every level. And now, anti-Semitism and the hate that comes with it has taken root at home in Colorado. But Colorado's not alone. Our country is still mourning the recent assassination of 2 Israeli embassy staff members who were shot as they exited an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum just a little over a week ago. And just this past April, the Pennsylvania governor's mansion was firebombed as Governor Josh Shapiro and his family celebrated Passover inside. And these are just a few of the recent and most visible anti-Semitic attacks. According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents have reached a record high since the October 7th, 2023 attack. It is absolutely unacceptable for anti-Semitism to exist in our country. And yet, the Jewish community in Colorado and the Jewish community across the United States has to live with the daily fear of targeted terrorist attacks and escalating calls for violence against the Jewish people. We need to do more to protect the Jewish community in Colorado and across the country and make sure that they feel safe in the aftermath of this horrific attack. Across the country, Jewish people are angry, they're terrified. Jewish Coloradans woke up this morning feeling unsafe to go to school, unsafe to go to work, wondering what and if there's a path forward. In 1967, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote, and I quote, "The ultimate weakness of violence is it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it seeks to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it." Colorado has always been a state that embraces difference and always will be. The answer to this violence is not to turn to the comfort of simple or black and white answers, backing into our corners and spreading more fear and more hatred. Now is the time to double down on our commitment to unity in the face of our differences. It is the only way we can guarantee safety and peace for our Jewish community and for every community. Now, what does that mean in real terms? It means fully investigating this hate crime and making sure the suspect is fully prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It means zero tolerance for anti-Semitism in Colorado's schools, our workplaces, in our public spaces. It means taking a lesson from the 12 demonstrators who were victims in Sunday's attack. Through peaceful action, they stood up their beliefs. They supported one another and helped our country take small but meaningful steps forward. They wanted to end this descending spiral of violence. The rest of us should do as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Hooker and Marks nominations.
Without objection. The question occurs on the Duffy nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Cassidy, Crapo, Grassley, Kennedy, Lee, Mullen, Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Rosen, Slotkin, Welch. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Coons. No.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Allison Hooker of Georgia to be an Undersecretary of State Political Affairs, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Allison Hooker of Georgia to be the Undersecretary of State Political Affairs shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Lotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Coons, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Shaheen, Sheehy, Slotkin, Tillis, Warner, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Smith, Warnock, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 59, the nays are 37, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Allison Hooker of Georgia to be an Undersecretary, Political Affairs.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m. Love it. Okay.
The Senate will come to order. Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsa-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst.
Well, you still look young, though.
Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Mr. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Fisher, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Lankford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Murkowski, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Slotkin, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Hassan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Glenn-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Hirono, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Schiff, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 59, the nays are 36. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Dale Marks of Florida to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Dale Marks of Florida to be Assistant Secretary of Defense shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Got you. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Thank you. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Justice, Kennedy, Kim, King, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Sheehy, Thune, Warner, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Husted, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Murray, Peters, Schatz, Smith, Warren, and Wyden. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Markey, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Schiff? Aye. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Ms. Baldwin? I did. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
Mr. Welch. No. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The yeas are 66, the nays are 28, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Dale Marks of Florida to be an Assistant Secretary.
The senator from Nevada.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to shine a light on Donald Trump's dismantling of yet another critical program that Nevadans and young people across our nation rely on, the Job Corps program. Job Corps was established by Congress to provide young people with the skills training that they need to access good-paying, in-demand jobs. It is the largest residential career training program in the entire country, providing young people, many of whom were previously homeless or at risk, with housing and skills training in fields like manufacturing, construction, and healthcare. Once they graduate, they enter the workforce and contribute to our communities and our economy. They learn the skills necessary to build their lives, to build their futures. It's truly a great program that has helped more than 3 million people have a chance at the American dream since 1964. Unfortunately, Job Corps centers across the country received a stop work order at the end of last week that instructed them to close their doors and send all of their students back home, including Nevada's Job Corps campus, the Sierra Nevada Job Corps Center in Reno, Nevada. This is going to be devastating. Devastating for the tens of thousands of young people who are currently enrolled in all 50 states. The Trump administration, well, it claims it supports trade schools and job training. But frankly, Mr. President, if this administration really knew anything about the Job Corps program, they'd know that they are trade schools. They're centers where students go, where they study, where they work hard, and where they earn their certifications that allow them access to good-paying jobs. So why is Donald Trump closing down this program and taking away the opportunity for these students to work? It just doesn't make any sense. Shutting down this program will also immediately evict more than 300 students at the Nevada campus alone, many of whom have nowhere else to go. Students like Samuel, who wrote to me saying, quote, "I'm a 19-year-old student who attends Sierra Nevada Job Corps. I happen to be a paraplegic who was adopted at the age of 7. Since then, I've had many health issues and trials which made it very difficult for me to do all of my school classes. Then I came to Job Corps 8 months ago, and I'm actually doing very well. Job Corps has provided me with more than just an education and vocational training. It's offered me a safe haven, a community, and a path forward. The comprehensive support allows me to focus on my personal and professional development without the constant worry of where I'll sleep or how I'll eat. For individuals like myself, Job Corps is not merely a program, it is a lifeline. The prospect of its closure is not just a policy crisis, it is a personal crisis. Without Job Corps, I face the grim reality of unemployment, of homelessness, and the continuation of a cycle of poverty that has been difficult to break." End quote. When rumors of the Trump administration's cruel plan came out, countless Nevadans who care about Job Corps immediately reached out to my office, many sharing their stories of students this program helps. Job Corps is life-changing, life-saving for these young people, and since the stop work order went into effect, well, those students themselves have been reaching out and speaking out to students like Selma from Reno, who wrote in saying, quote, "Since being at Job Corps, I've earned 6 credits in the 3 months I've been here. I've also received my chainsaw certification and respirator certification. If Job Corps closes, I won't have any other chance at an education. I'll leave with an incomplete trade and be unemployable for what I trained in, and I'll leave with no diploma." End quote. And Pamela, who said, I'm going to quote again, "I worked so hard to get where I am now. Months ago, I was struggling, trying to figure out life. I didn't know what to do. I was working from warehouse to warehouse until I heard about Job Corps. That's when I knew if I came here to Job Corps, I could do something with my life and show my son that it is never too late to accomplish your goals. Now, I'm here working with 100% of my strength and energy. But if Job Corps closes, I'll have no other education opportunities," end quote. These stories are heartbreaking. They're hard to hear. These young people, and so many more like them, have gained hope and confidence. And this administration is going after kids who want to grow, who want to learn, who want to work, who are trying to do the right thing. Students who are trying to do what they've been told their whole lives to do: get an education, work hard, to get a good paying job, and to be able to live the American dream. This closure is not only going to hurt those kids. This closure is going to hurt even those looking to serve our nation, those young folks who wish to join our military. Students like Anthony, who wrote, "I was recommended to go to Job Corps by my older brother, who had graduated from here back in 2013. And he's now working as a contractor for the United States Air Force, and he believes it's all thanks to Job Corps. If Job Corps closes, I'll be at a disadvantage in my pursuit of joining the military, which is my goal. Without Job Corps, I will be unable to earn my diploma and unable to leave with the required certifications for the career I think will be amazing for my future," end quote. So now, just imagine, tens of thousands of students, just like Samuel, just like Selena, Pamela, and Anthony, who are working on building a better life for themselves, working hard. They want to build a better community for everyone. That's who the Trump administration is sacrificing. Students like Samuel, Pamela, Selena, Anthony. Kids who want to build a life for themselves. And for what and for who? Tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. That's who. And as I share these stories, students at Sierra Nevada Job Corps are walking across the stage right now, which could be their final graduation. Meanwhile, sadly, this administration is working overtime to give billionaires like Elon Musk more government contracts, more money, and more tax breaks, and putting the American dream out of reach for thousands of students in need. It's putting their future and the future of our communities at risk. Again, I say for what and for who is the sacrifice of our kids. It's to give billionaires a bigger tax break. And this program has support from both sides of the aisle. There are Job Corps centers in blue states and red states. And since 1964, this program has helped literally thousands of young folks build a career and build a life. And we cannot allow Donald Trump to end Job Corps and kill the dreams and opportunities for young people across our country. So I urge my colleagues in both parties to join me in supporting Job Corps and pledging to do everything we can do to fight back against any and all efforts to defund this critical trades program, a critical program for the lives of our young students. Thank you. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. On June 1st, the Boulder chapter of Run for Their Lives gathered at the Pearl Street Mall for their solemn weekly routine. Every week, since Hamas's October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack, they have shown up to march peacefully in solidarity with the hostages that Hamas kidnapped and continues to hold. Over 600 days after that fateful day, they come to sing songs, to tell stories, and read the names of hostages to affirm for them and for us and for the world that those hostages have not been forgotten, that they never will be forgotten. June 1st started like any other early summer Boulder Sunday, cool and clear and promising the kind of bluebird day that we love in Colorado. The group gathered on the eve of the Jewish holiday of Shavuot for their memorial march. One man, however, was thinking only of violence and hate. Amid his yells of "End Zionists," he unleashed a makeshift flamethrower and launched Molotov cocktails to burn the marchers. He inflicted his terror directly on at least 12 innocent people, including a Holocaust survivor in her late 80s, who survived the unfathomable in Europe only to face anti-Semitic evil once again, only this time in the United States. If there is any doubt that this was an anti-Semitic hate crime and an act of terror, the attacker has told investigators that, let me quote, he wanted to kill all Zionist people and wished they were all dead. He said he specifically targeted this group and that he researched and planned the attack for more than a year. He did not have some intellectual point that he was trying to make about Israel's politics. He was not trying to improve the lives of Palestinians. He simply wanted to kill Jews by burning them in the most painful way possible, and he knew where to find them. At the Pearl Street Mall, marching peacefully on behalf of hostages a terrorist group stole from their families. America's founders built this country on the tenets of religious freedom and tolerance. In 1790, George Washington wrote to Rhode Island's Jewish community that the America he was building would give, quote, to bigotry no sanction, no persecution, no assistance. This letter affirmed that the Jewish people had a place in the United States, a rare refuge amid Europe's 1,000-year pogrom. The United States, like all countries, has never always lived up to our lofty ideals, but it is our commitment to striving to become the city on the hill we proclaim to be that has long made this country a beacon to the world and different from almost all other countries in the world. It's why my mother emigrated here rather than somewhere else in Europe or the Western Hemisphere. It's why the world's weary dreamers still give up everything they have to seek a better life in the United States rather than crossing the Gobi Desert for China or the Eurasian steppe for Russia. But in recent years, Mr. President, American anti-Semitism has reached unprecedented levels. The Anti-Defamation League tracked over 9,300 anti-Semitic incidents across the United States last year, the highest number in 46 years of tracking. In 2024, anti-Semites made bomb threats against and vandalized synagogues, including in Colorado. They assaulted congregants at Jewish institutions. They targeted Jewish students with anti-Semitic threats. They protested Israeli policy and Zionism at synagogues, as if American Jews are responsible for the decisions made by a foreign government thousands of miles away. American anti-Semitism tends to spike when the Israeli-Palestinian conflict flares up, such as following Hamas's May 2021 and October 2023 attacks. But we cannot forget, Mr. President, that anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. It long predates the Holocaust, let alone the October 7th or the recent D.C. and Boulder attacks. As the Ukrainian Jewish author Vasily Grossman, the first journalist to see the Nazi death camp Treblinka, wrote in the mid-20th century, anti-Semitism has been as strong in the age of nuclear reactors and computers as in the age of oil lamps, sailing boats, and spinning wheels. Anti-Semitism, even American anti-Semitism, is an ancient prejudice indeed. It is not some kind of knee-jerk response to Israeli policy. Anti-Semites in America do not aim to make profound points or philosophical points about Israel by throwing Molotov cocktails at elderly Coloradans or gunning down a young couple leaving an event about Middle East peacekeeping in our nation's capital. No, these anti-Semites use events in the Middle East as an excuse to express their latent anti-Semitism, their medieval hatred of Jews, who they blame for some swath of society's ills. They want to harm Jews, to add more tragedy to the family histories of a people whose collective chronicle is already overstocked with victims, to say the least. The Boulder attack, the recent D.C. shooting, and the thousands of anti-Semitic incidents across the United States over the last few years are a direct result of anti-Semitic rhetoric that has been left unchecked. Even before this attack, American Jews wondered whether they should hide their Star of David necklaces before leaving the house, whether a Friday Shabbat service will be safe, whether their synagogues will have to hire still more security officials. This omnipresent fear of anti-Semitic violence makes it impossible for Jews to feel safe in a non-Jewish America and in a non-Jewish world. And this fear produces behaviors like hiding one Star of David or avoiding Jewish events on a college campus, where dean says the school can't guarantee Jewish students' safety, that amount to what the historian Simon Chwama has called a passive deprivation of basic civil rights. Yet, how else, Mr. President, are American Jews supposed to react when American Semitism has reached record levels? When a terrorist massacres congregants at a Pittsburgh synagogue? When elderly women in Boulder, Colorado, can't march on behalf of innocent hostages without being targeted by fire? It is long past time that all American and political and community leaders come together to affirm that this fear is unacceptable and that we must fight together the anti-Semitic hate behind it. We must use our voices and our power whether in the halls of Congress or in our own communities, to counter anti-Semitism in both words and action. We must speak up because we know the dangers of failing to do so. We must stand with the Jewish community for freedom of speech and religion and against fear. Because as Grossman knew, and as he wrote, life can be defined as freedom. Life is freedom. And freedom is the fundamental principle of life. Mr. President, I yield the floor. That suggests the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Senator from Colorado.
Thanks, Mr. President. I ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. You never know what you're going to find these days when you're reflecting on the Trump administration and our oversight responsibilities as the Congress. And it is true that things have changed. And I think some people might call me old-fashioned for thinking about this way, but I think we were a lot better off when we had presidents who took it as a matter of course that they shouldn't use their office to enrich themselves, and that they should put behind them the conflicts of interest that raise questions about whether or not they're serving their own interest or their family's interest and the interest of the people of the United States. And that's why Ronald Reagan put, I think, his wealth, which was considerable, into a blind trust. Jimmy Carter even, I think sold maybe his farm or put that in a trust. And I realize it's part of Donald Trump's political charm that he wants to wear his corruption on his sleeve. But that doesn't mean that we have to go along with it, even if some people are entertained by it, which I'm not. And we've got a great example of thinking about our responsibility versus his complete lack of integrity when it comes to the service of his public duties and his private interests. And that is the bill, the so-called Genius Act, that is on the floor of the Senate right now, where we're considering whether or not to regulate stable coins, which are part of the cryptocurrency universe that is new to all of us, certainly in this chamber and across the country. And I believe very strongly that no president and no vice president, no member of Congress, no high-ranking official of our government should be in the business of issuing cryptocurrency, including stable coins, and they shouldn't be in the business of pumping them up like some sort of speculator, which is what we're seeing happen sometimes outside the White House or in the White House. Saw the other day that the president was having a dinner at Mar-a-Lago to reward the people who had been bidding up his meme coins, and they even came to dinner, although he apparently didn't really show for that dinner. But the legislation we have in front of us would be the first regulations of stable coins that have ever been done, and I think as part of that, it would be very appropriate for us to say that the president should get out of this business, and that any president should be out of the business of issuing their own coins. It's a weird part of the nature of this asset, this new digital asset, that it's very volatile. The meme coins, they rise and they fall as part of their price, and the stable coins are used as a way of transacting around that volatility. But the volatility every single day is still captured in this market, and it seems like a crazy moment when we're living at a time when a president could influence his own net worth to the tune of billions of dollars just based on pumping up the value of digital currency that he has put out there in the world with his name, or that somebody else has put out there in the world with his name. And that's why yesterday I offered an amendment to the bill, to the Genius Act, that would preclude any president, this president or any other president, any vice president, from issuing stable coins. And I hope we'll consider that amendment on the floor of the Senate. I hope we'll vote to pass it if we're indeed going to pass this legislation. And I hope we'll have other amendments that we consider as well, because I think that the questions that are at issue here from an ethics point of view, from a corruption point of view, go far beyond just the stable coin. They go to cryptocurrency generally and what the president is doing, to inflate the value of coins that are issued in his name, whether he's issued them or whether he hasn't. I look forward to the debate that we're going to have. I think this is an opportunity for us to say that we want to elevate the requirements that each one of us has agreed to live under as members of this body and people elected to act in the public interest. I believe the president and his vice president should face the same standard and the same scrutiny. That's why I've offered the amendment that I have, and I hope that as our colleagues consider the debate that we're going to have, that others will come to the floor with their ideas to strengthen this legislation and make sure that people don't abuse their public office for their own personal economic gain. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I'd suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Without objection. There's no further debate. The question's on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Gotcha. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Hi, thank you. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Kim, King, Rounds, and Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett and Smith. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Merkley, no.
Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Welch, no.
Mr. Graham, aye.
The ayes are 72, the nays are 26. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. From Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. I rise this evening to recognize and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the creation of the United States Army. I'd like to yield time to the senator from Rhode Island, my colleague, but the co-chair of the Senate Army Caucus, Senator Reed.
First, let me thank Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague and friend from Kansas for his partnership in recognizing the Army as the co-leaders of the Army Caucus here in the United States Senate. Thank you, Senator, very much. Mr. President, I rise, along with my colleague from Kansas, to recognize a remarkable moment in our nation's history. On June 14th, 1775, delegates from each of the American colonies met in Philadelphia to convene the Second Continental Congress. On that momentous day, Congress voted to establish the Continental Army and tasked it to, quote, provide for the common defense of these colonies. The following day, the Congress unanimously elected George Washington to be the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. It was an auspicious start for what would become the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. Today, or in a few days, certainly, we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Army. The Army has a straightforward but enormously critical mission: to fight and win the nation's wars. Today, we take a moment to reflect on that mission and to honor all of the soldiers who have served faithfully in the Army ranks, whether as volunteers or in response to a draft. Millions and millions of men and women have answered the call to serve. They each swore an oath to the Constitution, a unique feature of service to our nation. By swearing an oath to the Constitution and its ideals, rather than a leader or a party, American soldiers stand apart as patriots, not partisans. And our nation stands proudly throughout the world. American soldiers have served on their own soil to break the bonds of tyranny and to keep our nation united. They have served on foreign soil to defend our allies, uphold humanity, and protect the American people. And they have stepped forward to help in humanitarian crises and natural disasters at home and around the world when needed most. It is also fitting to acknowledge the contribution of Department of Army civilians who take the same oath and who bring their skills and dedication to bear in support of the Army's mission. And, of course, we also pause to thank all of the families who, over the course of 2.5 centuries, have stood by their loved ones in their service. Families who supported their soldiers in the earliest days with little or no communication, to today where families witness in real time the challenges their loved ones faced. Families have and always will be the true strength of our Army. The Army story also is not just one of battles won, but of values upheld, values of leadership, respect, selfless service, integrity, and personal courage, and a value that resonates deeply with me: duty, honor, country. Finally, we pay tribute to those who gave the last full measure of devotion in service to our nation. Their sacrifice is woven into the very fabric of our history, and their legacy lives on in every soldier who raises their right hand and takes the oath. For me, personally, the opportunity to serve as an officer in the United States Army and to lead American soldiers was the greatest privilege of my life. Mr. President, I would end by recalling the enduring motto of the Continental Army: "This we'll defend." And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. And I thank the senator from Rhode Island, my colleague and friend, Senator Reid, for co-chairing. I'm the new one to this duo, and I consider it a privilege as a United States Senator to serve side by side with Senator Reid as we work together to promote and support the United States Army and those who serve in it. I also would highlight and honor my respects of Senator Jim Inhofe, the senator of Oklahoma, who I replaced in this capacity when he, after his long tenure with Senator Reid in serving in this capacity to support and defend the Army of the United States. And as Senator Reid said, 250 years ago, that's the birthday that we're celebrating, June 14th, 1775, the Second Continental Congress authorized what would become the most capable and lethal ground force the world has ever known, the United States Army. The creation of General George Washington's Army coincides with the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. Since our nation gained its independence, our Army has faithfully defended our freedoms. The warrior ethos of the Army states, "I will always place mission first." This is a calling that American soldiers have answered time and time again without regard to their personal safety, security, or comfort. My state of Kansas is home to Fort Riley, the 1st Infantry Division, and Fort Leavenworth, as well as the Kansas Army National Guard. The men and women who serve in these bases are some of the finest individuals I have ever met, living their lives in accordance with the mission of the Army flag. This we will defend. This short statement and commitment to defending this nation, all Americans, and the values we hold dear. The embodiment of what it means to be an American soldier is symbolized in the Army's values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, personal courage. Over the years, the service members of the Army have lived up to these ideals, putting their country and fellow citizens above themselves. No matter how daunting the conflict, American soldiers will always carry out the mission entrusted to them. Today, we recognize this valor and celebrate patriotism that motivates these brave men and women who dedicate their lives to defend the land that they and we love. The United States Army is the largest branch of the U.S. military, with nearly 450,000 active duty personnel and nearly 500,000 in the reserves. As we mark the 250 years of the United States Army, we express our gratitude to these service members and their loved ones who support them. For 2.5 centuries, 250 years, the American soldier has stood strong in the face of conflict. I am committed to continuing supporting our Army so that it remains the strongest lethal force in the world for another 250 years. I hope my colleagues will join me and Senator Reid in honoring our soldiers in supporting a resolution to mark the 250th anniversary of the United States Army. Today, in this effort, we are reminded to say to those who serve, have served, and will serve, we tell them, those who've served and have served and will serve in the United States Army, we say to them that we respect you, we love you, we thank you for your service. Mr. President, I now yield the floor. And thank the opportunity for making my remarks. Mr. President,
The senator from Kansas.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 120.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion agreed to. The The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, John Andrew Eisenberg of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of John Andrew Eisenberg of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General, National Security Division, signed by 17 senators.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 111.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Brett Shumate of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Brett Shumate of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, that at 11:45 on Wednesday, June 4th, the Senate vote on a motion to invoke cloture on executive calendar number 119, Michelle Bowman, and if cloture is invoked, all post-cloture time be expired, and at 6 p.m., the Senate vote on confirmation of the Bowman nomination. Further, following the cloture vote on the Bowman nomination, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on executive calendar number 129, Edward Walsh. And if cloture is invoked, all cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the Walsh nomination following disposition of the Bowman nomination. Further, at 2 p.m., the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on executive calendar number 144, James O'Neill. And if cloture is invoked, all post-cloture time be expired, and on Thursday, June the 4th, the Senate will vote on confirmation of the O'Neill nomination at 11:30 a.m. Finally, if any of the nominations are confirmed during Wednesday and Thursday's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-201 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-201, a bill to provide for a study by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine on the prevalence and mortality of cancer among individuals who served as active duty aircrew in the armed forces and for the purposes.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now ask unanimous consent that the Kelly substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I also now ask for unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of H. Con Res 24, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H. Con Res 24, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for an event to celebrate the birthday of King Kamehameha.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
And now, Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. Tomorrow's session.
Duly noted.
Today's session of the Senate.
Duly noted.
They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, June 4th, that following the prayer and pledge, The journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for two leaders to be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume calendar number 119. Michelle Bowman of Kansas.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. You're the best.